All right. Wednesday, May 22, 6:25 a.m. And as you can see, I bought some new evaluations. I got a 250. I'm going to trade off everything, the leader being 250, and then I'll copy to a 50. I'm going to just try to trade these aggressively. I'm also going to try something a little bit new. I put the Bollinger Band on. Something I've kind of noticed with it, so I want to just kind of have it on there, and I might do some trades just almost based on that. We'll see how that goes. I just wanted to put it on and kind of observe it. We'll see if I use it or not. But I'm just going to try to be aggressive with these evaluations. It's the first time I haven't had a PA at all in a long time. Let's make sure. 6 and 4. Okay. So I'm going to do 6 contracts on the 250K, and I'll do 4 contracts on the 50. I'll be trading this account 41. Hopefully. We'll see, but hopefully get a trade at the open here. Seems like one leg up. Expect a second leg up. So I'm actually going to put it up here. And market open's about to happen. Going like that. See it push now. Here we go. All right. So that would be following the rules of Apex. There's no doubt about it. I picked the direction. I had a stop in place. Stop was 3-1. And I was managing the trade. So if that was on a PA, that should be no problem according to the rules that I read. Of course, this is on evaluation, so there's no rules. It doesn't matter, but that's how I'm trading it. And if I had a PA, that's how I would trade it on the PA. And I have the recordings, and they can tell me if somehow that would not be according to the rules. But from what I read, I was directional. I picked a side, and I had a reason. So it would be interesting if I did that on PAs, would they cause me any issues for a payout? All right, this was EV 41 and 43. All right, so that very much went the way I was expecting. It was a little concerning when this bar formed and triggered. But I also had the support of the previous day high. I think that's previous day high, yeah. All right, so 5 days traded, 1 day traded, and just about 315 away from passing. So definitely want to try to do that today. I gotta update my stats here. So a win. Yesterday was rough, man. 4 losses, no wins. And then now the orb is 20 and 3. So 87%. All right, so that's what the current stats look like. Now, I was looking for tick charts, but again, it's another day where there's just no tick charts. There's just none. Like, they all look bad. So, you know, the way my system used to be is if I didn't have any tick charts, I wasn't trading that day. But now I'm trading off the 1 minute as well. So I'm not abandoning the BS system. I'm just continuously seeing that there's no solid charts for the day. So I can't trade on it when I don't have consistent charts. Here's one. I guess this one's not bad. Put this one out. All right. So basically I have one. That's what it looks like how it's going to be. All right, so coming back to close the gap already. Or is it going to be one of those days where it comes to close the gap and just barely misses it? This is the first entry, second entry. Maybe it fails here. I don't want to go short. Yeah, I would think the long would work. I don't know. Maybe it fails to close the gap at the previous day close and then moves. I don't know. There is a second entry on the tick chart that I have too. So first entry, second entry. So if this one fails, I already won't have a tick chart anymore. And there it goes. So tick charts are off the table. And there's the close of the gap. All right. Well, all right, so this thing's going the other way. So you tell me we're not going to get that measured move up. Wow, look at that. I mean, that is a huge recovery. It wasn't quite as big as they wanted it, though. And they really bought that up. So again, I'm just, I put these Bollinger Bands on, just observing them. I think it might potentially give me some trades different than what I normally take. And also maybe sometimes help support my regular trades. And it might get me off of some trades that maybe I've gone tripped up on. But we'll just have to see. I'm a little bit back in an experimental phase, largely because every single day it's just there's no tick charts that are consistently winning. And when I find one that's consistently winning, like this one, there weren't that many, but it was consistent except for something that was off the previous day. Then you see something like this, a first entry, second entry that fails right away. And that's what's been happening lately. Like any tick charts that have been even close to good lately, they fail right away in the morning. So it's just not been a viable strategy lately. All right, so this thing is getting bought back up. So still with the expectation of a measured move. I mean, we'll see if we can get that far up, but it definitely looks like one leg up. And so that would be my guess for target. Move this back to this now. So I wasn't really going to do a 250K. But then when I was purchasing them, I was just like, well, if I make the 250 my leader, and I just always take a trade on 250, and then copy to at least 150 at all times, yeah, maybe I'll have a chance to get it done. We'll see. So, I mean, we already had a new high off the overnight session high. And it looks like we're still trying to work our way up. So I'm just thinking if we do make a new high again, then I would think that the bigger target is the direction we're headed. But we'll see, because there's also the potential of this. Yeah, so yesterday was rough, man. 0-4. Definitely, if you go back 2 weeks ago to my videos where I'm saying I finally feel like I've turned a corner. Like every time I get to a place where I feel like that, the market has a way of humbling me. And that was definitely yesterday. And the craziest thing, though, is the first trade yesterday was, it was a good trade. And if I was employing my original auto stop strategy, it would have been a win. I'm trying to trade for targets now more than I had been. And it came up just like a tick or two short, literally a tick or two shy of where my target was yesterday. And if that first trade, if I had just gone out for whatever profit I could or break even or however I could have worked out of it without a loss, then 0-4 day yesterday wouldn't have happened. It was literally, as it usually is, just a reaction to that first loss. And just from that point on, it was just a mentality of, all right, well, I don't want to spend a whole lot of time on this PA with such little drawdown and put a lot of effort into it just to for it to eventually die anyway. And then I wanted to pass that evaluation. So it was just kind of like a double-fisted situation of, putting me into a difficult situation. But then when I stepped away after the market, I was just like, all right, I'm not going to let that get to me, because that first trade easily could have been a win, and then I probably wouldn't have taken any of those other trades. So I know that. All right, so it doesn't look like this range is holding up here. Looks like we are going to try maybe. We'll see though, because we have another new high, right? So it could still fail. I'm not going to be taking a short around this area. All right. It seems like it's going. Now, what I notice is when it closes up here strong on the Bollingers, it kind of can tend to stick to the Bollinger and keep going. Right? But then if it detaches from the Bollinger, then it's like it gives it permission to go down. So just one of those things I'm observing about Bollingers. Here's a second entry short. Yeah. So a failed breakout there. So this is the kind of situation I'm observing where it's like this didn't quite close attached to the Bollinger, and then the next bar detached. It wasn't quite the situation of what I would look for to take a trade off of it. Now this midline is looking more accurate. So in theory, I just always want to have room. If I'm taking a short, I always want to have room to the middle or to the bottom. If I'm taking a long, I always want to have room to the middle or the top. Or I want to be like attached, like in a strong trend going up, kind of like how this one was. You know, pushing the Bollinger up. Look at the daily real quick. So, nothing but strong bullish bars. So my expectation is we keep going. this is reacting up here, it makes me feel like maybe this is going to be a range. So yeah, it's really disappointing to not have any PAs at the moment. I feel like I've had a PA, at least one PA for the entire year. I don't remember not having any PAs. So hopefully I'll pass this evaluation 41 soon, so that I have at least one again. And then I'm just going to try to be as aggressive as I can with the opportunities that the market gives me. The market's going to have to do more than just the sideways stuff. So I'll just have to see how I feel about the Bollinger Band. It's kind of makes everything look a little bit messy, but I think there's some reasons to like it. I've never actually tried using it with my trading ever before, but I've looked at it a few times, and I actually think it could be somewhat helpful. The question is if it creates more of a situation of like keeping me out of trades that I would have otherwise taken that would work, versus, you know, how many times does it keep me out of a trade that wouldn't have worked? So I'm hoping it's the best of both worlds. I'm hoping it'll keep me out of trades that don't work, but it'll help me get into trades that do work. And it's just kind of interesting to see like when and where the bands give you more room versus when they're more squeezed. Yeah. And I just want to observe like what happens in ranges, what happens in trends, what happens in just like big chop with big moves in both directions. I'm just going to keep looking to evolve my trading as much as I can, to the point where I either become successful or decide like, yeah, no matter what I try, I just can't figure it out. We'll see. So I think I'm a pretty good trader. I think I read the market pretty well, but I just haven't been able to figure out how to be profitable. So I still have my bigger target up here, just not very far away. So let's see if this is really going to stick as a range. I suspect we're going higher. I'm just not even able to get back down to the bottom. Tried to go down once, twice, 3 times. By the way, I've never watched anything about Bollinger Bands. I've never actually looked to see if there's someone that says, hey, this is how you use them. I like to just observe things on my own and come to my own conclusions. So there's probably like some sort of like Bollinger strategy, I assume. But that's not why I put it on here. Just strictly to observe it and to use it in correlation with how I trade and see if I can take advantage of it in any way. The other thing I do know about Bollingers is, when they close outside of the band, usually they snap back inside. So that's another thing that I would use when I can, if it lines up with a trade that makes sense to me. So here we are, we're testing the opening price, we're testing the previous day high, this yellow line. And we got the previous day close right here, and we're in this obvious kind of range structure. Just all kinds of levels of support. Midline, previous day high, opening price, previous day close, and then the bottom support there. It was a first entry, second entry long, right in the middle of the range. No room to the EMA. I did make my EMA like this pink color just so it's easier to see with all this other stuff going on now. So I'm just not going to be trading short right now into all this support level. even though it was a failure of a second entry long. You can see just a lot of support right there, pushing it up. It's funny, trading on sim is so easy. So yesterday, towards the end of the market, I just came back and I put the Bollinger Band on because I had an idea, and just put it on sim. It was just trading the last, I don't know, hour 15 minutes of the market yesterday, and of course I was able to run it up $1,000 profit, over 1,000, using the bands and just trading the way I trade, but with the bands in mind too. It's like, why is it so easy to trade on sim? I don't think I've ever traded on sim where I didn't make a profit. All right. So exactly why I wouldn't have been looking for shorts. This thing is moving. We'll see if that's what the market needed to trap in shorts and be able to break out of this, but really no idea. It's just choppy. Another choppy day. I did notice that yesterday Alpine made a comment that he's not going to take the open trade anymore for a while. I'm kind of surprised. I don't know why he would completely not trade it. I have a feeling he still does on his evaluations, if and when he has evaluations. But I'm kind of surprised because, like today, for example, to me was like an easy day to choose a direction. But I guess it is different than how he was trading it, so he'd have to modify the way he was looking at things. But I really want to know or hear about or find out for myself. If you're taking this trade on the PA and you take it the way I took it, are they going to try to deny you a payout? Because this trade I took, even though I was on evaluation, followed their rules. So it'd be really disappointing if if people were taking a trade like this and they tried to say, tried to deny a payout or make you jump through the hoops of like, oh, we need you to record everything. I mean, I already got recorded, so I'll just be like, here's my YouTube channel. Go look. Not that I think I want them to know who I am on my YouTube channel, but I've got recorded anyway, so I can just show them the recordings of the trades. But for people that don't record it, that would be really annoying if you're following their rules and they still make you go through that. right, so we had a new low, first entry short, second entry short failed. I just wasn't looking to go long right into resistance potentially. I have a feeling we're making a run up to the measured move now, but you never know if you'll get denied here. So my theory is if this finishes strong and the close is up here connected to the Bollinger, it can just keep going attached. Doesn't look like that's what's going to happen though. Looks like this is going to be a triple test. Just going to trap people playing the triple test. That would be interesting. All right, still closing inside. All right, so it's interesting. It's just resistance is holding up at the top of this, but yet we're not able to come back all the way to the bottom so far. So I'd say it's pretty difficult to trade any of this. So just choppy mess. I mean, it's kind of how it's been lately. I feel like the market, when it gets to these all-time highs, is just, it gets like really difficult to trade. Oh man, just sneezed. Push the mute button just in time. All right. So is this going to come all the way back down here this time? Or is the midline as far as it goes? It's not seeing really any good opportunities for me yet. All right, so yeah, I tried to go up like 3 times, even more, 4 times. Couldn't go. The measured move up there. If it can't hit this measured move, maybe it's going to start coming back down. The thing that is interesting with the Bollinger that I like is it tends to, hit the top, hit the middle, hit the bottom, hit the top, hit the middle, hit the bottom, hit the top, hit the bottom. Yeah, it tends to go back and forth. So it's kind of interesting to watch it. All right, I just don't know what's going on here. I'm going to take a 2-minute break. I'll be right back. So what we got here, first entry long, second entry long, this seems to be like the level of support. Can't quite get all the way to the bottom. But big bars. Right into the EMA, right into the midline of the Bollinger. Just so choppy. I really just have no read on this market right now other than obvious range, right? Range play is not my strongest ability. Right. I was just talking to my daughter and her monitor. She was upset. She's so used to having the humidifier in her room from when she's been sick all the time that because it's not in her room right now, it's not on, she thought it was missing. She got upset. All right, so we got what? A first entry long, a second entry long, a higher low, all of it going right into the EMA. And price just struggling to move anywhere. Just nothing fitting anything that I can trade off of right now. Amma, hello, welcome back. I think the last time you tried to say hello to me was on the day where my sound wasn't working. So I think I tried to say hey to you and you never heard me. How's it going? OMG, are you looking at my accounts? I'm good. I had a tough day yesterday. I mean, it really wasn't that tough. It was just I was frustrated, but I'm all good. As you can see, I had to go and buy new evaluations and no PAs anymore. And close to passing this one. $315 away. You're saying OMG to the audio issue. Yeah, I went basically the whole day not realizing that I didn't have sound that day. And then right towards the end of the day, I think someone commented and said, hey, I think you're muted. I was like, I am? I've been talking this whole time. But it wasn't just that I was muted. It just for whatever reason, my mic wasn't being picked up by my computer. So I didn't take the time, I guess, when I started that day to see if the meters were moving when I was talking. So just required a restart of the computer. But so yeah, not bad today. I took the open trade, the orb, got a win. I did trade it according to the new rules. So I didn't do an OCO. I didn't choose both sides. I chose a side, chose a long. Worked relatively easily. This was about as much drawdown as I had right here. Almost says, imagine explaining yourself to Apex. Yeah, well, right, I agree. For one, that too many rules. Well, it's ironic that Apex was always the one that kind of touted how they had the least rules and it was easiest to get payout. And so we'll see what happens with them. We'll see how difficult they make it for people. I mean, do people want to trade all day and really put the effort in, and then comes time for a payout, they followed the rules, they did everything according to the rules, and then they're told, oh, well, we need you to make a video of every trade you take for the next 3 days and explain it and talk on the video. And I mean, for me, it's not that bad because I'll just say, okay, well, I have the video. I'll show you every trade I've ever taken. But for someone else, that could be really annoying. I just recommend for everyone, just record your trades. Record every trade you take and just have it. And then that way, you could just show them on the trades that you already took. You don't have to do the next 3 days thing. You can say, here's the trades that I actually turned in for a payout. So going back to the orb, even though this is on evaluations, you can still do whatever you want. You can do OCO, you can do no stop, you can do bigger than 3-to-1 or 4-to-1 risk, all that stuff. But even though it's on evaluation, I'm trying to practice the orb, trading it according to their stated rules. So I picked a side, I chose a long, triggered, worked pretty fast and easily. A little bit of a drawdown, and I won't lie, I was a little bit worried when this bar formed and it ticked underneath, but then it just immediately shot up and I got my scalp. So I didn't do OCO, I didn't do a bracket order. They say you can't do limit orders on both sides, so I didn't do a limit order. I did a stop order on top and didn't do anything on the bottom, chose a direction. I had my stop in place, so not risking the whole account. It was about a 3-to-1 or 4-to-1 risk to reward. So if I can continue to do these on my evaluations and trade it according to the rules, and do well, then I will trade it on my PA2, and I'll trade it according to the rules. And if they try to deny me, I will show them the trades. I have the recordings. I'll just show it to them. Here's the trades. These are the ones I took that you're questioning at the open. Yeah, they're at the open, but they're according to the rules that they have stated. So, and we'd see what happened. Of course, I haven't even been able to get to a payout. I haven't even been able to I could pass evaluations. I can make 3,000 on an evaluation, but somehow I haven't been able to get to 2,600 on a PA. So for whatever reason that is. So first things first, I have to get there before I can even submit. But I'm going to continue to trade the orb. I'll trade them on the PA. And if I could get in the trade and take it this way, then I'm going to take it. And if I get to a payout, we'll see what happens. Yeah. Amma says, awesome job on the orb. Thanks. Yeah. This one was pretty easy to me. We had this like really big leg up. And so I had just decided that I should expect another leg up. And so because of that, my bias was long. And so that's what I believed what was going to happen. And it's what happened. Every day is not like that, though. I mean, yesterday I didn't know one way or the other, and there was kind of like a down bias leading into the market open, and I put in a short, and it just never got triggered, and I didn't take the orb yesterday because of that. The other thing you'll notice, Amma, is I put Bollinger Bands on. I've never traded with Bollinger Bands before. I'm just observing it. I had some ideas about how it might be useful for me. So I decided that I wanted to put it on, observe it. I actually came I came back to the chart yesterday before the close of the market for like the last hour, maybe hour 15 minutes of the market yesterday. And put the Bollinger Band on and just sim traded. And actually like made $1,000. It's so easy to make money when you're trading on sim. It's like, I don't think I've ever lost money trading sim. But yeah, I just wanted to kind of, I had like an idea, a flash of an idea. I've never traded with Bollingers before, but I have looked at them in the past. I've never like really looked up like any YouTubes to see how people trade them, but I have the general idea of what to look for. But I think it could just help keep me out of some trades sometimes that I shouldn't take, and I think it can help reinforce taking some trades otherwise. So I decided to just put it on, and we'll see what happens, if it helps me or not. So far, I kind of like them, but, the thing I don't like is it kind of makes the chart look messy. So I don't love that. Maybe it's just the color I chose. So I don't know, maybe I'll play around and try different colors and see if I like anything better. But so far on a choppy day, it's like, I don't know how helpful it is. But on a trending day, it might be helpful. I'm just interested to watch it and see what it's like on a trending day versus range day like this. Amma, I saw your question about why Bollinger, so hopefully I just answered it. I think ultimately, coming off of yesterday where I was very frustrated with my trading yesterday, I just want to try something new, just like keep it fresh. So also, you weren't here, but just the tick charts, just day after day after day, there's no good tick charts that are consistently good for second entries. They've all got losses on them, or shortly after the market opens, they get a loss. And so, like today, again, is another day where I don't have any tick charts I can trade. So, I'm just looking to expand what I'm doing when I can, where I can. I don't want to be, going back a little ways. If I didn't have any tick charts, I just wouldn't trade for the day. And maybe that'd be better for me. But, I don't want to be in a situation where days could go by where I can't trade just because the tick charts aren't fitting my rules. Future Wealth. Future Wealth says, hey, I heard your recap yesterday. Alma says, you don't want to stick to one strategy. Future Wealth says, keep pushing, never give up. I appreciate that, Future Wealth. Yeah, I mean, yesterday I was really frustrated. After I got some distance from yesterday, after I did the recap and kind of went about my day and then thought about it later, really my first trade was a good trade. And I came within a tick or two, something like that, of my profit target. If I was trading with my auto stop strategy that I had been trading on with my BS system, that would have been a win. I would have locked in a win. I don't know how many ticks I would have got, but I would have got minimum 10 or 11 ticks, maybe up to 16 or 20, something like that. But I'm trying to trade with more targets in mind and going for a little bit bigger profit. And so yesterday, it came within a tick or two, like literally it practically touched my order. I think I even maybe did touch my order. I forget. And then it turned against me. And then I had the opportunity to get out break even. I had the opportunity to get out, with some profit. And I let it go all the way against me and take me out for a loss. And then at that point, I had very little drawdown on my PA. And then I had that other PA that was like 1,000 away from passing when I started. And I was just like, you know what? I'm either going to pass this other PA or pass this other evaluation, get a new PA and help bring back my PA a little bit today, or I'm just going to blow these up. It was kind of my mentality. It was kind of like pass or bust kind of situation in my mind. And so every trade after my first trade, I don't think were particularly good trades. And they played out like they weren't. Yeah. I don't think I would have taken any of those trades if I had just taken the win on the first trade, or even if I had taken break even. I don't think I would have taken any of those other trades. So it is what it is. It was just a frustrating day. And so I think my recap reflected that. I'm not really thinking about quitting. But I am, I am 3 years in. Let me read the comments real quick. Future Wealth says, I know it's frustrating. Alma says it takes 3 years to master one strategy. You would be starting over. Future Wealth says, but you're only getting better and closer. Yeah, I appreciate both of you. I am 3 years in. I'm 3 years into futures trading. And so there's a level of frustration. If you had told me that I would go through 10 PAs without a payout when I started this on Apex, I would have just been like, not a chance, no way, because I'm not a bad trader. I have like stretches where I'm a really good trader, and then I run into these days where it just falls apart on me, and so. Yeah, there's just this level of frustration. Like, how can I not have a payout from 10 PAs, no payout? So that does weigh on me. I'm not going to lie. Like that is a thing that I'm struggling with in my mind. Like, how did I go through 10 PAs and not get a single payout? That's crazy to me. Like I should have a payout. I really should. So that was kind of, I guess, what I was reacting to more than anything. And then just frustrated by the circumstances of yesterday itself. But I don't imagine I'm going to really quit. I'm this deep in,
And I've learned so much over the years. And, I know I'm close to being where I need to be. It's just avoiding days where, or it's not even avoiding days. It's like yesterday, like, okay, I'm trying something new. I'm trying to go for a target. Well, there was plenty of indication and time for me to get out of that trade, break even slightly profitable. Like I got stubborn, I'm sure we've all been there. I got stubborn. I was like, no, like it was that close to my profit. I'm like, I want my profit, so that was all. Future Well says understood. Ama says talk to Vola. I haven't been watching Vola recently, but I think that the biggest thing for me is like the hard thing is like these days where my regular system, I can't trade it. Like there's not a tick chart right now that's consistently working for my second entries. It's continued day after day where, in these kinds of days, here, look at a tick chart. On these kinds of days, a lot of times it's just not going to be there, and so, how I traded before was okay, I just don't trade on those days. But I don't want days to go by where I can't trade. So I want to be well rounded. I want to have multiple strategies. I want to be able to, if one strategy isn't great for a certain day, I want to be able to invoke another strategy and still be able to have opportunities. So that's kind of what it comes down to. I just want to be a dynamic trader. I don't want to show up to build a house and only have a screwdriver. I want to have all the tools I need to build that house. And so right now I feel like I have a lot of tools I need. And I'm just going to continue to try things and modify and evolve and just try to get better, So that's why I'm trying the Bollinger Bands now. It's not that I'm trying a Bollinger Band strategy. I just want to be clear. I'm not like switching to a new strategy. I'm still trading the way I trade, but I had an idea that I thought it might be interesting to put the Bollingers on and just see where I'm considering trades or where I see setups, like what's happening in relation to the Bollinger. And I think there's times where it can give me a little bit more information to either reinforce taking a trade or to get me off of a trade and make me decide to skip it. And I'm hoping the times it makes me decide to skip my trade, my setup, are times where it keeps me out of losers, and where it reinforces it puts me into winners. But we'll see. Yeah. But I think that's the best thing I could do for myself, is to just continue to evolve when the market's not giving me what I need for my strategy in a stretch of time, because the market's always evolving and changing itself. Then I want to be able to adapt and have the ability to find different ways to trade and trade whatever kind of market it is at any given time. And given everything I've said, this market's just been choppy, tight range action, just not a lot of clear opportunities. So, I just got to be patient. And then if I do see a setup, I just have to really, I think, be conservative on these days, be conservative with what my profit target was. Yesterday, looking back, I think I was pushing the envelope a little too far. I think I was just overreaching just that little bit extra on that profit target on that first trade I took. And I came up it was like almost a perfect profit target where I put it. Like if I had been 3 ticks lower on my long, it would have been a winner. I would have got the full target. And I think I had a little bit, it was kind of like a situation like this where, I looked at it like, okay, well, price should get back to this level, and I put my profit target a little bit under it, but I just took for granted that it will definitely get back to that level, and then it only got to like, here instead. And so when I saw it struggling, I should have just exited the trade and taken the profit I could get in that case. So that's all. I don't think it's, it's just honestly probably me getting a little bit more used to like being ready to act if it's coming up to my profit target, but I see it starting to struggle. Like I just have to maybe decide to just take a little bit less, which is what I used to do with my auto stop strategy. I'd have a bigger target, but then my auto stop would move up with price, and it would just keep trailing price real tight. And if price came back down just even a little bit, it would take me out of the trade. And I was always able to accept, that little bit less of profit target to lock it in. And so I just have to have the same idea in mind, even though I'm going to have to do it manually to trade this way. Amma says, Monkey Man trades using Bollinger. I want to try, but I'm giving ICT 3 years. That's, you got commitment. I mean, that's the other thing is I traded Max, and you've heard me talk about this before, but Max PAT system for 3 years. So I had the same idea and the same, like I literally tried to do it for 3 years, and well, I got pretty good at it. I was never able to make a profit. So I think there's something true about 3 years, but I also have come under the belief that like just trying to emulate the way someone else trades a system and trade it exactly like them. I think for most people, it's just my opinion, but I think for most people will not be able to emulate someone else's system and trade exactly like them and be very profitable. Some people can. I think there's like exceptions. I think some people can really do that and then study it and trade it and get so good at it that they can trade it just like it's taught and be successful with it. But I think most people, it's like, it doesn't really work that way. Like I think for most people, it's like maybe some of the concepts and some of the setups and some of the things you can take and use, and then other things just, it won't all necessarily come together in terms of profits. And you kind of have to, throw out what doesn't work and use what does work. And then you kind of end up being where I'm at now. I think a lot of people go through what I'm going through. It's like, I'm kind of at a point where I'm just trying to take little things from a lot of different places and combine it into my own strategy that works for me. But I don't blame you, Alma, and I don't think it's a bad idea. I mean, I think the worst thing people do is just jump from one thing to the next thing, and they don't like fully flesh out any individual kind of strategy. And then they just end up kind of like floating from one thing to another thing and never getting really good at any one particular thing. So, it's like kind of someone like if someone plays a lot of sports and they're just always bouncing from one sport to another sport, but they're never really putting the time and effort to get really, really good at that one sport. Like, are they ever really going to go pro if they're just constantly playing every single sport they can? So that's kind of how I look at it. So I feel like I've done the thing where I've like spent the time to get really, really good at the one thing. And I think I'm pretty good. And now I've got, kind of a few other strategies and styles and different tools in my toolkit. And so, we'll see what happens. So this is kind of a thing with the Bollinger Band that I've noticed. When it closes and it's attached to the Bollinger going up or down, like these turn into strong trends and you can like ride them. And then when they detach from the Bollinger is when it's going to turn the other way. So it's something I'm observing is like to be able to jump in on a long in a situation like this, you know, as it continues to go, when you have room. You know, this is the kind of situation. Let's see. So now, you know, for me, it's like when you see continuation of bullish bars, you know, that you can maybe do that. Now, if this one were to detach and close bearish and not be touching it, then you can maybe look for a short. But I'm just observing these things for now. The way this looks right now, it's not something you jump in long. Yeah. Alma says, yes, trading is difficult. Don't know why Apex is mad about us getting payouts. Honestly, I think there's something else going on behind the scenes. I think there was kind of like it seems like there was just a bunch of things that happened in a relatively short amount of time all together. And, you know, they had to take notice, you know. I think between Alpine and his success, his channel blowing up, his success with payouts, and the way he was trading was one thing, and his influence on 17 or 18,000 people that were watching him. You know, so now all of a sudden you have a bunch of people trading like him. And then I think there's maybe something going on behind the scenes where people are really taking advantage and breaking the rules, you know. To me, it kind of sounds like there's something going on with bots, which, you know, just in the YouTube space, we've you know, been aware of people using bots, and you know, bots are obviously outside of their terms of service. It's always been in their contract, so I have a feeling there's a bit of that going on. I also think, you know, they don't want their accounts treated like the whole account is a stop loss. Even though it makes sense to be able to treat it that way for us, the traders, obviously they don't want their accounts treated that way. I think that's fair enough. I'm still going to have that mentality, but yeah, I'll use a stop loss, you know, but my mentality will still be like, you know, hey, if I lose this account, it's $200, you know, or an evaluation, it's $16, you know, who cares? So they're not going to be able to erase that from my mind in terms of like the pressure of trading. And then, what else? But I also think, you know, it seems like there's people out there that are definitely trying to, you know, they say scam and scheme. I mean, those words are kind of incendiary. But I think there are people, you know, no matter what business, no matter what realm in life and whatnot, society, there's always people in society that are trying to break the rules and take advantage and cheat. And I think there's, for as many people that are trading, you know, to the best of their ability inside of the rules, I think there's a lot of people that probably are trying to cheat the system too. And I bet there's some indication of that on their end in the background, whether it's like groups of people trading each other's accounts, or I don't know. Like, that's just then it's left to my imagination what's going on that they're, you know, becoming aware of. But you know, I'd say the biggest problem with Apex is like, how do you run a business and not have a mechanism or a department that's robust enough to handle, you know, checking to make sure that the rules are being followed. If they're just saying now that they finally have a system in place or a department or a team in place to check that the rules are being followed for payouts, I mean, they have themselves to blame to be running their business this long and not be prepared to catch if someone's cheating, you know. So that's my take on it. And then just the rollout of how they announced like that they were going to be solidifying their rules and guidelines, like it was just a really poor rollout. Like they easily could have just put out a video and said, hey, we're concerned about the way some people are trading on our platform, and we feel like we need to reinforce the rules that we already have in place. And so we're just going to let you know we're looking to crack down. And they could have put out like a preamble, a pre-warning of that kind, saying, hey, we're gonna start enforcing our rules. We just want you to know that it's coming. So be aware of it. And if you're out there trying to cheat on our platform, we're going to catch you, and we're putting things in place to be able to find out who's doing these things, and we're going to put a kibosh on it, But instead, they didn't do something like that. It was like really bad customer relation situation. And they just surprised everyone with this thing that we're forced to checkmark or sign or whatever it was to get into our accounts. And then they try to hide it with a 90% discount, or at least distract us from it. But there was no, there's no conversation. It was just like, hey, and it just made everything seem worse. It was just like, whoa, what is this? It was shocking. And finally making a move to this measured move. So yeah, it was really shocking. And then the language that they used, the way they wrote it, first of all, they're terrible when they write, because they have like misspellings and things all over the place. Their punctuation is terrible. Their grammar, their syntax, everything. They just need to get somebody to write these things that knows how to actually write. That's one thing. And then, their rules seemed so harsh compared to what we're used to with the culture of Apex that it was just shocking. And I think it's reasonable why there's a big backlash to what they've put out there. Alma says it won't stop good traders like Trades by Matt. Apex won't call Trades by Matt to go live. Laugh out loud, giggling. 90% of is making us forgive and forget. Yeah, 90% was just to like make everyone still like them, even though the people were pissed, for sure. And I mean, they could have contacted these YouTubers and been like, hey guys, we need you to chill out. You're a big influence on the industry, and what you're putting out there, you're gonna force us to like make some big changes if you guys are gonna promote trading on our platform the way you're promoting it. They could have done that, but they just choose to pretend like it's not those guys, right? But it obviously was. I got to take a break. I got to help get my daughter up and ready for school. So I'm just going to get her up, and then my wife's going to take over and then take her to school. So I didn't realize the FOMC minutes were today. Just noticing that. All right, so I'll be back in just a few minutes. If you're not sticking around, give me 10, 15 minutes. I should be back. All right, I'm back. I'm back. Let's see what we've got here. So still haven't quite gotten to the measured move from earlier. But yeah, it's just, this is how the market moves lately. It just tight ranges and then it breaks out and then goes into another tight range, right? All right, so Alma says new all-time high, question mark. See on the daily, yeah, every new high we get today is an all-time high. So in my experience, it just seems like every time we're in the all-time high neighborhood, trading the chart seems to be a little bit more difficult. Now we're definitely in another tighter range. Looks like it's trying to get to that measured move. Seems close enough to get there at this point, right? I mean, it's practically there. If it doesn't reach it, it's basically from the point that I had measured it, which was at the open of the market. It's basically just about gone there. So going back to our conversation earlier, so as far as Apex goes, to me, Apex is still the best option out there, but we'll have to see as the next couple payout windows go. We'll have to see are the payouts greatly affected by their reinforcement of their rules, or do things just basically continue how they have been, and there's just a small subset of people that have to jump through the hoops? Because the other thing I know for sure is a lot of people lie. And, you see it all the time on social media. Oh, they didn't pay me out for this reason or that reason. I didn't break any of the rules. I didn't do anything. And then, it turns out that, they didn't follow the 30% rule, and they're just not telling the truth about it, or that they don't understand the 30% rule. So just so many times, it's pretty obvious, like people like complain, or I saw, Kellyanne posted this email or whatever from someone complaining because they wanted to see the trades and, recorded the video. And they had a payout, they were qualified for. And they're like, just give me my money back. I don't want to do this. I don't want to work with a company like you. Blah, 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 whatever they said. But it's like, really, if you work that hard and you deserve a payout, you're just going to give up and be like, give me my money back? Like, is someone who followed the rules, are they really going to give up that easy? Or are they just going to jump through the hoops because they're going to be like, well, I deserve it, and I'm going to prove that I deserve it. So I don't know. I question people and the things I see online sometimes when people are like, something like that specifically too. It's like, what? You have a payout for how much? And you're just going to tell them that you won't do anything to prove that you deserve your payout? I mean, that sounds a little bit, I don't know, questionable if you ask me, because you better believe that, even if I had just qualified for one single payout for $2,000 at this point, and they sent that to me and said, well, we think that you might have broken the rules. You need to prove that you didn't. You better believe I'm going to show them that I didn't break the rules because I want that $2,000, So I don't know. I just don't really buy it sometimes. And I think there are people out there that definitely want to cheat, and they know they're cheating. And so if they get called out on it, yeah, they don't want to prove that they're not cheating because they can't prove it. So we'll see what happens. I have a feeling that things are going to continue as they have been for the most part. And it's just going to be the people that are obviously breaking the rules that are going to have to show what they're up to. But I think if you're trading standard and you're just being profitable and you're not breaking the rules, I have a feeling you're not going to have any problems. That's just my take on it. And at this point, I mean, still Apex is the leader in the space as far as I'm concerned. The 20 accounts, I personally don't have a problem with the trailing drawdown. I don't think that's an issue at all. And the 30% consistency rule and the 20% flipping, and what else? The 100% of the first 25,000 for each account, and then a 90-10 split after that, and the 3 months of capped payouts and then uncapped after that. I think the whole package is still better than any of their competition. And it's just a matter of, do they make it unbearable to go through the process of getting a payout, or do things basically stay how they were, and it's really a very small group of people that are affected by their new payout rules? Alma says, I think so, because it seems like they will take any reason for the trade. We should be able to explain the gains. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think if you can explain your trades, if you can explain the gains, and you can show that you trade within the rules, then they're going to pay you. There's been no history of Apex not paying people when people trade by the rules. I mean, just look at Alpine. Like Alpine basically, if you go by the strict letter of the law, apparently he was breaking a lot of the rules, and they still paid him out over $200,000, right? And there's a lot of other people that were trading just the same way as him, and they were getting payouts too. So we'll see if that changes. But now if they keep doing what they were doing before, they're knowingly breaking the rules, and they should get denied. If you're not breaking the rules, then you should get a payout, and you should be able to show them why you deserve a payout. I don't see it being a big deal. I certainly will have no problem showing them every single one of my trades. They're all recorded. I don't take a single trade that's not recorded. So I got no problem. I'll show them every trade. So that's the only thing I recommend is I just recommend everybody record your trades. If you know that you're not intentionally trying to cheat the system, record your trades, and then you've got proof that you deserve your payout. And honestly, with the computers that we're using anyways, to be able to trade, I don't think there's any reason why you can't record. The OBS doesn't. I mean, I have a really good computer, but I think OBS shouldn't be too much of a drain on the system. I don't think, to be able to record on any kind of standard computer that you can trade with anyway. All right. Well, this market is just untradeable for me. I don't see any scenario that I would have taken a trade with Bollingers or without Bollingers. Maybe when this run up was happening here. But I'm just observing these things for now. Alma says Alpine is getting latency issues. It seems like there's been something going on with Quant Tower lately. I've noticed that as well, that a lot of people in the Discords that use Quant Tower have been saying that they've been having problems with Rhythmic. I've had no problems with Rhythmic this whole time on Ninja. I haven't noticed a single thing ever being an issue. Alma says, do you think this is how Apex will try to stop him? Stop Alpine? Latency issues on Quant Tower? No, I don't think so, because first of all, Rhythmic is not owned or operated by Apex. So it is a third party company. And Rhythmic is regulated. You know, Rhythmic falls under regulations. So I don't think that it's not like Forex where there's room for manipulation. Rhythmic is regulated. So I don't think anything's going on that side of things. And I don't think Apex has control over how Rhythmic operates. And so no, I don't buy that argument. And why would Quant Tower, why is it only on Quant Tower? I'm on Ninja. I've seen no problems. I mean, you see my lag up here. My lag has been great this whole time when he's been having issues. And why would Quant Tower allow their platform to be ruined or made to be worse to affect one guy? I just don't think that's in the cards. There's a lot of conspiracy theories flying around about Apex. Honestly, I think you could just chalk it up to just bad management. Honestly, the management, you know, whoever that guy is that puts out the videos about the rules, he's management, right? That guy should not be the public face or voice of Apex if they were smart, because he speaks in a very condescending, patronizing tone in his videos, and tries to act like people, like all of the users are the ones creating a problem and doing something wrong. And maybe he means it directed only at a very small group of people that they seem to think are cheating. But the way he comes off, and he seems very agitated, it's not a good look. And I think that's a big part of the problem. He's part of the customer relations department, since he's the one that's putting out those videos. I think he's also, it seems like he's the head of the, whatever they call it, their rules enforcement department, whatever that department's called. I think they're doing themselves a disservice by having him be the one that puts out the videos. Like, sure, let him run things in the background, but he's not a good look for how Apex's users feel about the platform and about the company. He's part of the hornet's nest that's stirring everything up, because he reacts very emotionally in his videos. You can tell he's very attached to the rules they've put in place, and whatever issues are coming up that they're dealing with, he's obviously taking some heat for it internally, and it shows up in his videos with his voice. If you understand psychology, anyone that understands human behavior, you can see that, like, he's obviously taking some heat, is what it sounds like anyway. I don't know that, but it sounds like that. And so he's reacting emotionally, and you can hear it in his voice, his tone, how he's portraying portraying it like they have to do this because we're all trying to be schemers and scammers. And it's just ridiculous, right? I mean, 98% of their users are not trying to scheme and scam. They're just trying to trade and get payouts. So he's really, somebody really should take him off the videos. Somebody should be smart enough to say like, hey man, you run the security protocols, run the department, and the rules and everything. But let's actually have someone front facing this to the public that actually knows how to speak from a professional standpoint and present these things in a presentable way so that you don't piss off your user base. Alma says, oh yeah, he's not friendly at all. Emotional like Nancy Pelosi, right? So, yeah, you could just tell he's very emotional about it. You could tell he's very affected by whatever's going on in the background. And to me, it just screams of him taking the heat for, like, how does a company have rules in place and not be able to enforce it? And if that's his department and he's running it and he's letting it, he's the reason why. I don't know that. I don't know he's the reason. But, Apex certainly has whatever rules they have. And we all know that they haven't enforced a lot of rules. They've been very lenient. So you can't say, oh, well, we're lenient with the rules, but then get pissed off about it when people break the rules. If you're lenient with the rules and you let people get payouts and you're not enforcing the rules, then yeah, people are going to just count on the fact that you don't enforce the rules and they're going to trade according to that. So how do you blame your user base for just adapting to the structure of the company that you've set forward? Alma says Alpine's mod is like him. Is that going back to whatever happened in the Discord that you left the Discord? I'm guessing. I don't know I don't know who the mods are or anything in Discord. I don't pay attention. I'm not really on there like enough to, like, I go through it and read it from time to time, but I don't really interact. Alma says, you're right. They were so flexible and lenient. I still can't believe we're here. I mean, we don't know that it's really going to change that much. I think there's like, the big thing is the orb, but they still haven't said you can't trade the orb. They just said you can't trade both sides and not pick a direction and let the market just take you in on either side. That's the big thing there. And then the big thing is they don't want you to put on any single trade that can wipe out your account. So, I mean, that's fine. I think you can trade the orb and still use a stop and not use OCO. And I think you can still trade it. So, as far as the payouts, like, we'll see. It still looks like they're approving a ton of payouts this past window. So it doesn't look like it's like drastically lower than the payout before. So I don't think there's any evidence that anything's changed yet. And then we'll see the next payout window and see if that stays true. And then obviously everyone's on social media. So we'll see if a lot of people are getting denied for reasons they weren't getting denied before. Then we'll see that. If a lot of people are being forced to show videos of their trades, then we'll see that too. And then we'll also see how many of those people are going to go through with it and prove that they deserve to get a payout versus how many people don't follow up and do that. Because I think anyone that's honest and actually trading and believing that they're not violating any rules, I don't see why anyone wouldn't just do it to get their money. The only reason you wouldn't want to show what you're doing is because you don't think that you're following the rules, I think. So, I mean, that's my take on it. Cause that's where I'm at. Like, I'm not actively trying to cheat or break the rules, you know? So I think for anyone that's not actively trying to cheat and break the rules, what do you like? I just don't see it being a big deal. Like it would be annoying to have to record, like the next, I think they ask for 3 days of trading afterwards, but I'd be like, you don't need 3 days of future trading. Here's the actual trades that are what I turned in for a payout, you know? So that's the only thing I'd recommend is just, if you're not recording your trades, start recording them. It says Apexes make me feel like a beggar. Well, that's what that goes back to those videos that they put out with that guy and his voice. Because he very much makes it, you know, as if we're all doing something wrong and they have to react to all of us. And, it's just bad. It's bad PR on their part. You know, it's just bad public relations. That's the bigger problem. You know, it's the manner in which they put this information out, and it's the manner in which he speaks to the audience of his Apex users. And Charlie, that's the real problem. You know, because you know, and there's a lot of language of like, you know, we're lucky that they let us do this and that, and like, you know, no, it's a symbiotic relationship. You know, they're lucky that we use them. So without us, there is no Apex. You know, and not the other way around, because we'll all find another way to trade with or without them. So they need us more than we need them is the true reality, and the marketplace always wins. So if they mess up what they're doing too much, if they don't keep the culture of their company what it's been in terms of like payouts and you know, usability of their platform, then they're going to lose a lot of people, and Apex won't be Apex anymore. So it's going to be up to them. Alma says, like, I'm in it for myself. Most people want to be a good, honest customer. I think so. I think most people are going to trade honestly, and they're going to have their edge in the space of trading, and they're going to trade their edge, and that's all they're doing. And it you know, and by doing that, it is a great opportunity to trade on Apex. But there's always going to be people that try to cheat. It doesn't matter what business you're in, or what part of society you're talking about. There's going to be cheaters, and they're going to be knowingly try to cheat the system, and they're going to try to take advantage wherever they can find a loophole or a crack or a way to work around the system. No matter what, you know, no matter what you're talking about, if there's money involved, people will try to cheat. It's just a fact. But I don't think that's most people. I think that's a small percentage. And, you know, Apex needs to realize that. But then, you know, none of us really know what goes on behind the scenes at Apex. You know, they're paying out a lot of money, and who knows what the stresses are on that company. So, but there's no point in trying to spread innuendo or believe this or that, because none of us know, and none of us can know. So there's no point in saying like, oh, I think they're running out of money, or they have money problems, or, you know, to me, there's no point in that, because we'll never know. You know when you'll know is when Apex doesn't exist anymore. So you just have to operate like it can happen any day. And if you're trading with Apex or any other prop firm, you know you're taking that risk. And, you know, we've seen it in the FX space. A lot of people didn't get their money. And, you know, that's the reality of prop firms, is that can happen at any point. They're not regulated. It's not a regulated industry. And the government can come in at any time. They can go out of business at any time. And that's all part of the risk we take. So we have extra risk on that side of things, but we have less risk in terms of dollar amounts that we're, trading with of our own personal money. So everything's a balance, and that's just the way it is. I mean, I can only speak for myself. Like I'm an honest broker. I'm an honest user of their platform, and I'm trying to trade according to the known rules. I'm not trying to break the rules. So, it's very easy to read their contract, and it's very easy to understand what the rules are. They have a problem because their grammar and they don't proofread what they put out. So in some of the rules, one sentence says one thing, and then the next sentence says something entirely different. So they're going to have to deal with that at some point. But that's my biggest gripe about Apex is like, come on, man, like be more professional. How do you put out all of these, messages out there into the world, whether it's emails or videos or promos or, their keynote presentations in their videos, and it just got misspellings all over the place, bad punctuation. Like, come on, man, like show a little bit of professionalism in that category. Alma says, exactly. I'm trying to make money, so I'm not going to jeopardize my chances. Right. And that's most of us. We're all traders. I mean, we're just trying to trade, like the thing is, like, if you can do something on a live account, that's the thing that bothers me. Is like, why can I do X, Y, and Z on a live account with a live broker and it's okay, but it's not okay with a prop firm. But I mean, they're the firm that gets to make the rules. So if you want to trade with them, then you trade by their rules. So that's fine. I could live with that. Future Wealth says we need Apex TV, similar to what Top Step does. I mean, honestly, Future Wealth, that's not a bad idea, but like, who are they going to put on that thing? Because if they put that guy that does the videos about the rules, they're going to kill themselves. It's going to be like a suicide. Like, they need someone front facing to their users and their public that doesn't have like a vendetta against us. But I don't disagree. I mean, honestly, they have a platform, right? Like, they put the stuff on YouTube, they put those videos out, they put it on their website, on YouTube, on their Discord. They just need somebody that knows how to do PR. They need somebody that knows how to talk to the public and not make their users the enemy, right? But yeah, because if they had someone, Future Wealth says, laugh out loud, right? It'll build more trust. Yeah, exactly. I mean, you have the right idea, but it's like all how you do it, right? Because like I said earlier, they could have rolled out this tightening of the rules or guidelines. They could have rolled it out in a much different way, and it would have like made much less of an impact and created much less uncertainty and doubt and trust from the users to Apex, because all they had to do was just release a video and a statement and say, we're coming across situations where we're seeing that there are people out there that are trying to cheat and break the rules on purpose, and just to have payout strategies, and they're not really trading it from an honest trader's mentality. And so we're being forced into a situation where we have no choice but to start tightening our rules to weed out the people, the bad actors that are out there that are trying to take advantage of our lax rules. They could have put a really easy statement out like that, just saying, watch this space. We're going to put out more information about where we're tightening up, what our concerns are. We know that most of our users, most of the traders that use our platform are not these people, but they are out there and we see them and we're aware of it. And so we are just going to tighten some things up. But for the vast majority of our users, you won't be affected because you're trading honestly. And only the people that we suspect are trying to cheat and you know, we're going to try to implement rules that will just largely affect those people, and the rest of you won't even notice a difference. And if they said something more like that, and then they put out rules and they said, okay, these are the rules that we're putting in place, and we know the vast majority of you are already playing by these rules. And for the ones that aren't playing by these rules because you saw that we weren't enforcing them, this is just a notice to you that we are going to start to enforce these rules. These rules were already there. And so we're just going to watch these things tighter. And all we're asking is for you to please trade accordingly. I think they wouldn't have had any issue. Certainly, all of us that are feeling less trust for Apex wouldn't feel less trust if they had put it out that way. So they just, they effed up. But they don't have that person running that department in that way. They need to, it's almost like they need to hire a PR firm to manage how they put out their statements because they don't have the proper people in place. Future Will says exactly, video can show more body language when they're releasing new updates. But look at that sell off. My daughter's just getting ready for school. I'll be right back. All right, I was just saying bye to my daughter on her way to school. So yeah, FutureWell says when they're releasing new updates, video can show more body language when he's talking about enforcing new rule because hearing a voice recording just sounds off and not genuine. Yeah, I mean, I think it's more, to me, for someone that's been in business, you need someone that knows how to put out messaging to the public. When you have a user base, the last thing you want to do is, one, piss them off, two, create create a climate of distrust between the company and the people that are using the platform. And so to me, it's more about the person doing it than just the fact that whether it's a voice or not. Like, it could be someone else's voice, and I bet it could have come off a lot better. When you have someone kind of like pointing their finger at you with the tone of their voice saying, we have to do this because you're trying to scheme and scam us, and they use that word over and over and over. Like 98 or 99% of us are like, what the fuck are you talking about? Are you talking to me? Like, all I'm doing is trading how I trade. Like, I'm not breaking any rules on purpose, So I think that's the biggest thing. Future Wealth says FUD. What does FUD mean? I see that all the time. I'm never sure what that actually means. FUD. What is that? I probably should know, but I don't. I see that posted all over the place. What does that mean, Future Wealth? I'm so out of it. All right, so how interesting. I mean, we came up just shy of my measured move and traded it in this tight range for a really long time. I mean, almost an hour in that. That was like, 8 points or something in there. And then a huge sell-off. And then where does it go? It goes right back to the midline of the bigger range that I had from earlier, which has been like where most of the support has been, like previous day high, as well as the open price. Oh, Future Wealth says fear, uncertain, doubt. Got it. Okay. Yeah, I see people post that all the time. I'm always like, what does it mean? Yeah. So going back to what I was saying, it's just, it's really all about the way they put out their messaging. And so far they have a track record of really being terrible. Anytime they implement something new or put something out there, whether it goes back to when they tried to implement the safety net rule, or now this new set of, reinforcement of the rules, they're really not good at their public relations. And it does. It creates fear, uncertainty, and doubt. And I'd say it creates a lack of trust. They are showing a lack of trust for their users, and therefore the users that are playing by the rules are now starting to feel a lack of trust for them. And I would argue that any company that creates a climate of distrust for each other is going to not do well. So they better figure it out. I don't know. Maybe I should put out a video on this subject specifically. Yeah. Because I think that's the biggest problem right now, because I see it all over the place. I mean, I see it on Discord. I see it on Facebook. I see it in YouTube, people's YouTubes. I see it in the chats. And there are a large number of Apex users that are feeling like they can't trust Apex. And it's people that are like you and me that are just trying to trade. We're not trying to do anything wrong. We're not trying to cheat. We're just trying to trade, and we're trying to make money. And and there's a large number of people that are feeling like they don't know if they can trust Apex anymore. Do we not know? A lot of people are left to their imagination to say, well, why is this happening? And why did they put it out in the tone and manner in which they did? Are they in trouble? Are they having money problems? Like, what is the reason? And then, if they're hiding something, then it feels untrustworthy, and then to make it harder because of what, two people that are doing well on YouTube, Alpine and Trades by Matt, is that the whole story? I don't think it is. I personally don't think that's the whole story. But if it is the whole story, then why would they have such an over large response that affects everybody when it's a small group of people? Yeah, Future Well says exactly. So it I don't know. Maybe I'll put out a video at some point if I have time and just kind of have a discussion about these exact issues, because they really need to get a handle on it if they want to have a long-lasting business that's not just a momentary blip in the grand scheme of things. Then they really need to figure out how to have a better relationship with their users. Because I'll tell you, I'm not feeling the love from them. I haven't been denied or anything, but just the way they put out that messaging, I was like, what is this nonsense? Like that's all of our first reactions. It's off-putting. It makes us feel like, are you talking to me? That's the feeling I had, was like, are you talking to me? I'm your user. I'm here listening to this. I'm watching this. I'm seeing what you're doing. And at no point in time was I ever trying to break any rules. And that's having said that, I was influenced by Alpine, and I was trying to implement things into my trading that he was doing, but it wasn't to like cheat. It was because it worked, and clearly it was within the rules because they were approving payouts. So, who's the problem in that scenario? Is it me, or is it them who are approving the payouts? So that's how I see it. I still have no idea what this market is really doing. The only thing I could say is we didn't reach that measured move that I was looking for, although we got really close. So, I mean, it might as well be considered to have been reached. I mean, I'm not looking for it to reach it anymore at this point. But then there's a whole lot of support to get through if you're looking for it to go lower. I'm not sure I'm looking for it to get lower. So let's see what the daily looks like. Yeah, still a bullish bar, obviously. There was a first entry, second entry short. Yeah, there's one thing I've learned in life is nothing ever stays the same. So whether it's something really good or something really bad, never count on it being there forever. It might sound a bit pessimistic, but it's the reality of life. So take advantage of the good things that we've got while we got them, and be prepared for when they're not there anymore. I'd say that's my overall look at things. Sometimes things are going great. Sometimes things are going really terribly, but it'll never stay that way. It'll always change again. Yeah, I think that just applies to everything in life. And after all, I mean, trading, everything that goes on in the markets it's all a reflection of human behavior, you know, and our interactions with Apex or any prop firm or any firm, any company that we deal with, anything in society, any person, it's all reflective of human behavior. And so we're all just trying to react to that, to our experiences. You know, that's why I put Bollinger Bands on today. Like, I'm reacting to my experiences and the way the market has changed. I don't have tick charts that I can rely on anymore that are looking consistent. And so now I'm trying to fold in something else and looking for something else that I can use to my benefit while the market has changed. And so hopefully I can figure out a way to get a payout from Apex before anything were to drastically change with them. But even in the worst case scenario, if Apex went out of business tomorrow, you know, I would have lost a couple grand. And, you know, that could be a whole lot worse. Trading the live market in a live brokerage account, I could lose more than $2,000. So. Man, this market is just not giving a whole lot. Future Wealth, how was your trading today? Any luck today? I'm still just sitting on my one opening trade, orb trade. You know, for all the people that got these 250K accounts with a market like this, you know, I don't know what you do to try to pass before the month is up when you have markets like this. Just been, man, just choppy, ugly mess. Not a very wide range. Most of it's been tight. Future Well says, yeah, today been treating me well. Good. Nice. Yeah, I'm not seeing a lot of opportunities for the way I trade, but I mean, certainly in this, you know, you just buy the bottoms and sell the tops. You can do that. Do all right. Future Well says, just took my first losing trade out of 8. All right, so 8 trades. Wow. I guess you can't complain when you get 1 loss out of 8. Hopefully not too big of a loss on the 1. I mean, really, if I'm looking at this, maybe that's the range. And this way, the midline can see is working here, it's working here, it's working here, it's working here. So maybe that's the actual range readjusted here. Which means the bottom of the range is the previous day high and the open price. And then the very bottom support is the previous day close. It seems like a little bit of a better picture now that I'm really looking at it. See, these situations here with the Bollinger, when it closes and it's like pinned to the upper band in this case, you know, seems like you could just go with it and take a long. And you just want to make sure that if it detaches and ticks below, that you get out. That's one thing I'm watching for Bollinger Bands. Because I know also if it like, you know, if it does something like this where it closes outside of it, it always snaps back in. So that's the other way you could trade it. You know, close outside, you can trade it the other direction. But I'm keeping my eye on it to before I start really trading that way, because that would be a whole new way of trading for me. Right now, I'm just trying to use it to like find my setups that I already like, and just seeing if it fits the Bollinger Band picture as well at the same time. But at some point, yeah, these strong trends happen, and you can take advantage of it. Kind of like here, kind of like on my open. That was a little bit different. Here, this is a good example. So here it detached. So here's where I would think that I can go short potentially, but if I had a reason, if I had a setup, which I don't. Because the thing I don't know is when it does detach like this, like how much room can I have? Do I have to the middle? So these are the things I want to observe for. But usually, what I'm kind of liking about Bollinger is it usually does go to the top and then it goes back to the bottom and then it goes to the top and bottom. And it does that whether it's ranging or not. So yeah, see, so this is like the instance where it detaches and then, yeah, maybe I just look for the midline in the future. I'm still planning on trading if I take another trade today. If I see something I like, I'm still planning on trading evaluation 41. I'm just over $300 shy of passing it. Today is the 5th day I've traded on it. So I'm trying to find ways to pass these things quicker than I had been in the past. So I think to be $300 away in 5 days is really good for me. All right, I'm just going to take a 2-minute break. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. So this is just the whole day. It's like tight range, make a move, tight range, make a move, tight range. So just no opportunities for me in the way I trade in this so far. This is kind of one of the situations I want to watch with the Bollinger Band, because to me, I'd want to buy a limit support to go back up to here. So this is an instance of what I'm watching, because I want to look for when it's pinching like this. That's a thought I'm having, is maybe I could buy the support and sell up here. So let's see what happens. All right, so let's see. It's kind of like over here. It gets really tight. All right, so still waiting to see what happens with this. My theory is that we go back up here. I would just be putting my target right below here. So yeah, that would have worked. Yeah, this bar size is 22 ticks, so easily could have got most of that. Could have got 16 ticks, maybe 17, 18. Look at that. So those are the kinds of things I'm watching with Bollinger. I'm still just observing. I'm not taking the trades yet, but I'm seeing it could give me some opportunities that I wouldn't have otherwise. Anybody else out there using Bollingers? I kind of like it. If nothing else, it's kind of like where the track is. It's like 98% of the day we'll trade inside of these bands, and then you'll just have these moments where you trade outside of them, but you kind of know where the track is. It's kind of interesting. If I wasn't trying to pass my evaluation right now, maybe I would have taken that trade. If I switched off the 41 and went to a different account, maybe that's what I need to do. But because I'm on YouTube, it's harder to switch accounts around. Well, I guess the leader I could leave on the 250K, win or lose, and just switch on the copier. Now that I'm thinking about it. It's a big range day so far. I mean, not that big. What is it? Less than 40 points? Pretty tight range, actually. All right. Just seeing what's going on here at this midline. So I am trading this 250K account as my leader. So I'm going to trade 6 contracts when I trade that account. And I'll be trading 4 contracts on all the other evaluations. Alright, so off all the way to the bottom again. Still just no setups for me. Just being patient. The worst days for me is when I'm patient all day and then I take a silly trade. Kind of like yesterday, except my trade yesterday was good. My first one, my profit target was just a little too extended. And then I was too greedy to get out and ended up taking a loss. And then that's when I lost all my patience for the rest of the day and started taking bad trades. So I just want to keep myself in check today. But definitely want to take a trade if I see a good opportunity. I'm watching these situations too. I mean, look at that. Perfect touch off the support and could have already been scalped out of this trade. And I think the Bollinger might help me potentially be able to enter some of these like that as well. But that's why I'm observing it now. There's like, it's interesting. These Bollingers, they do give you like little clues. So I think after I observe them, I can kind of fold some additional setups into my trading plan. So not surprised by this bounce right off the bottom of the range. It's like you just have to be willing to play the supports. You probably could just do a tight stop and can get in a trade like this, but range trading has always been my weakest aspect. Because I always feel like you're going to buy the support, like, okay, it's held all these other times. So, like, is this the time that it's going to just drop right through? You know, I always feel like this will be the time it drops right through is when I'm going to try it. At least the market's kind of moving a little bit more, not staying in these tight ranges. So we'll see. So this is kind of an interesting one. First entry, second entry short, right into the middle of the Bollinger. This is the kind of thing I want to observe. Like, is this going to drop all the way back down to the bottom? Or does the Bollinger hold it in the middle? It didn't quite reach the top, came up a little shy. It's just things like this I want to observe to help me. Because in theory, we've already retested the low of the range. In theory, go back towards the top of the range again. This will be a failed second entry short. But now, it's kind of like that. There's a failure above the EMA. Not a lot of room to upper band. In theory, you could expect a measured move. It's also going right into the midline of the big range. So to me, if I'm taking the failure, I'm nervous about that. Touch the top of the Bollinger Band. So let's see, does it now come all the way back down to the bottom of the Bollinger? So trap the shorts, trap the longs. Let's see. These are areas where I used to get trapped. So this is interesting to watch it play out with the Bollinger on. Back to the bottom of the Bollinger, maybe. Interesting. So it's these kinds of failed second entry shorts that I used to get trapped in. I'd go long, and then this would happen, and I'd never really understand it. So the question is, for me, if I see this happen enough times with the Bollinger, if it slips below the midline, can I take that trade for short? That's the kind of thing I want to watch with the Bollinger and see. Just keep observing and see what kind of opportunities. Now, the market keeps not being able to get back to the top of the range. Yeah, so I was going to say now I wouldn't want to play the support because we're going lower and lower and lower. Not able to get up. So I wouldn't be surprised if this range breaks now. And you still have the previous day close here, potential as support too. And then after that, there was this level that where I originally thought was the bottom of the range. So that's kind of the next level. And you got this level and previous day close. The way the Bollinger is opening up wide. So this is kind of the thing I do in my back testing when I'm trying to sort out new wrinkles to trading. But I'm just doing it with forward testing. And I'm not trading off the Bollinger necessarily right now, but I'm just kind of observing how it's working. Because my question, I think I like it. I think my question will be, do I want to use it to like create trade setups off of it, or do I want to use it just in relationship to how I already take setups and just have like some kind of alignment between the two things? I think I'm kind of thinking to ultimately do both, because I see ways to use it to trade, and I also see ways to use it to just reinforce by already existing setups. Really, I could still ultimately put it like this, the big range. Midline still seems to work as a bigger range. Reactions right around it. So I'm not looking for a short down here, that's for sure. It might go shorter, but I wouldn't be looking for one. First entry, this could be a second entry potentially. I like to see when this starts to curve around. You have resistance here at the previous day close, unless it's above it. Bull's trying to defend that area. It slips below. Interesting. So yeah, I don't know. We might be headed down to retest the lows. Overnight lows. Let's see what happens here. There is kind of that one more area here. All right, market, what are we doing? Curious if I measure from here. So reach that measured move. So, I mean, this whole move was interesting to me because it was based off of first entry, second entry short. The shorts got trapped. Anyone that went long, the longs got trapped. And then once the longs got trapped, boom. Based on the 1 minute. I used to get stuck in this stuff. So, I mean, big picture wise, we're just still in this range. I'm just still not seeing any setups that I like. Now we're just in this area where there's just so many levels. You got the open, you got the previous day high, you got the previous day close, you got the support, the range support from all day. And just a lot of levels here. Very close together. But to me, we've got the 2 legs down, so to me, I'm kind of expecting to go back to the top. Also, we got to the bottom of the Bollinger. Usually you go from the top to the bottom, back to the top, to the bottom, back to the top. Yeah, so for anyone that's watching me, I added these lines. These are Bollinger lines, Bollinger Band. Just something I added to the chart for the first time today. I'm just watching it. Just observing. There's some things I had like a spark of a memory of looking at Bollingers a long while back, and I had a thought of how maybe they can help me in the way I'm already trading without like changing what I'm doing. But then in watching the Bollingers, I'm seeing that there's potentially new setups I can think about taking just based on the Bollinger itself, separate from the way I already trade. So just observing that part of it. And then I'm just looking for trades that can like line up with what makes sense to me regarding that. But yeah, I mean, this market's just a choppy mess, range bound, choppy. So this is like a level where I expect resistance, previous day high and the open, but also support, previous day close. So see what happens in this area. In theory, we had a failed breakout of the range, so failed breakout one way, it could lead to a higher move upwards. But it's just going to be hard to find a trade in this area, I think. Yeah, I won't be surprised if this gets into some sort of range type thing like this. But we'll see. Could potentially be setting up a second entry short that could potentially fail and make it go up. So I'll be looking for that maybe. The way this is curling up, maybe it's not really set up for a second entry short. But if this triggers down and goes back up and is closing tight on this, maybe that's something I could consider. This is not a range. Right, so if this closes up here, attached to the top Bollinger, let's just watch and see if it'll just keep building up and stay right on it. Doesn't look like that's going to happen right now. Yeah, it's already detached. But that's what I'm looking for is, I've just noticed that when the bars stay attached to the top and keep pushing, those are times where you can often ride it. Still waiting to see if this maybe wants to trigger a second attempt lower and then go up. I mean, the fact that we're above all of this stuff, if we close up here, still makes me think long, potentially. Now looking at it too, I'm actually double thinking because now we've reached the top of the Bollinger, and a lot of times you go back to the bottom of the Bollinger. So there's no setup for me anyway. So close below the open, below the previous day high. So if it goes above here, you're triggering a failed second entry short, but just a whole lot of headwinds, and you don't have a lot of room to the top of the Bollinger. So I don't trust this for long. Seems like it's poised to go up. Everything looks like it's poised to go up here. Off the failure. Pin to the top of the Bollinger. So now I'm very interested to see if this finishes bullish and stays, with a close like this bar had on the top Bollinger. See if that happens. Those are the things I want to observe. No. Seems like it's losing momentum, huh? Yeah, and so now it's detached. So not the situation I was looking for. I mean, this is how the market's been. If you're aggressive, there's trades. You know, if you're aggressively trading off the support all day, down here or here, you can get trades. Even if you're trading aggressively in these tight areas and just buying support or resistance, selling resistance, you can get trades all in here. If you're like me, where you're looking for certain setups in certain places, it's not really happening. But the way the Bollingers look right now, to me, it's like poised to go all the way back. Not necessarily one straight shot, but that's what it feels like. The thing is, the highs have always been lower all these times. So, I don't know. Had the failed breakout though. This is the push. I just have such a hard time trading in ranges like this because it's like there's always so many levels where you're concerned. Now we're right at the midline, right? Right in the middle of the range. Typically not the best place to be trading. But you got this like strong trend up.
Digital, what's up? Welcome back. See, I've been saying, my expectation is we're going all the way back up. And here we go. I guess when this failed second entry, after this bar closed, maybe I could consider getting in at that point, but I still didn't like that level right there. This is what still kept me out. I guess if I drew the line, I would have saw that we were above it on the next one, so maybe I could have done it. So this is the situation I'm wanting to follow on Bollinger's. So we got a strong push. Everything's pushing up, pushing away down here. And when these close pinned like this against the top of the Bollinger Band, I'm noticing that a lot of times it's safe to just enter and go with it. You'll get a strong enough push that you just want to make sure that you get out if it detaches from the upper band. So that's one of the things I'm kind of watching for as I'm watching this. And basically, if there's a close down here, it's not what I'd be looking for. I'd be looking for the close to be similar to this close on it. So it's still, it's not the situation I'm looking for. But if this one had closed up here like that, then maybe that would have been an example of one to jump on. It's like a fine line because when it closes outside, it's going to come back inside. Every time it closes outside, it comes back inside the bands. Digital says, I took that long from the lows, had a lot of drawdown, but I held on to my conviction. Yeah, that's a good trade. I like that trade. For me, there's just so many levels here that I'm wary of that I wasn't able to do it. I was wary of the previous day close is always a level I'm conscious of. And then the opening price, as well as the previous day high, they're all just kind of stacked on top of each other. So it was like, when I see all those levels next to each other like that, I never know where the resistance, you can see they were all resistance moving up. So that's why you had some drawdowns, but I think it was a good long because it makes sense. You broke out of the bottom of the range. Typically you break out the bottom. If it fails, you'll go back to the top. So I like your trade. I just didn't have enough conviction myself to do it. If these levels weren't here, then I would have been more likely to find a place to get in. My long would have been here. Yeah, just not a very straightforward day in my opinion, but I think there's definitely opportunities depending on your style of trading today and how aggressive you are. Anybody here that's requested a payout and been approved from Apex for this last payout window?
I mean, this all looks like basically one leg, but I'm just curious. If I measure this, where are we at? Basically right there. It kind of looks like one leg, two legs. Digital says negative. Yeah, I'm just curious. I'm watching all the Discords and everything too and seeing. Just curious to see if a lot of people are affected yet by Apex's new deal, or right, it's kind of a second entry along right off the midline. It's just not a lot of room to there. Two and a half points. I was considering that kind of right off the middle of the Bollinger, but I don't know, it's just not a lot of room. It's like, why take this trade? Although I suppose 11 tick bar, I could have just put my stop under there and just risk 12 ticks. So maybe it would have been worth it. Basically like a 1-to-1 trade. Here's the measured move. We're going all the way up. Let's see. So the measured move, is that just the destination? I don't know. Just another day, not feeling it. I mean, I'm generally been having the right ideas, but not finding ways to get in, or at least not comfortably get in. I could have forced some things, and just never know when I force things. Not having the kind of week where I feel like I want to force things, that's for sure. So again, what I'm noticing is when you have a big push up and it's on the top Bollinger and it doesn't continue to close like that, a lot of times there'll be a pullback. So let's see what happens here. But it seems like it's always like this. It's like if it closes on it and you don't have a strong close after, yeah, there tends to be like at least a little bit of a pullback is what I noticed with Bollinger. So this is a good example. Closed here, didn't close on it. Now not attached. Now you're getting a pullback. So again, I mean, I've never traded with Bollinger. I've watched it, or I've looked at it a few times, and I've never gone on YouTube and like tried to find people that trade with Bollinger to see how they trade with it. I just am observing it for myself and making my own observations about it. Yeah, look at this. I came on to the market yesterday and traded sim for the last hour and 15 minutes. Just traded sim using the Bollinger. I made like over $1,000. Of course, trading on sim is always easier, right? I've never traded on sim and lost. I only win on sim. It makes you feel like you're the best trader ever. But I knew I wouldn't be aggressively trading with it today. I just wanted to observe it. And I'll probably continue to do so. I kind of like seeing it. And I still have my 21 EMA, which is the pink line. All right, so we got another potential range. Potentially. Interesting, the pullback lines up with the measured move, lines up with making a push to the upper Bollinger and coming off of it. So again, just observing how the things I'm doing maybe can line up with the Bollinger and give me a little bit more of a clearer picture in some cases. Because just using the Bollinger, this would have been a perfect short after this candle when it ticks below. Now I'll touch off the bottom Bollinger. So first entry, second entry long, potentially setting up. See if it ends up being over the EMA. And then you might expect that it bounces back up to the top. We'll see. Or if it just pushes down, then we'll know we're not in this range. But see how this candle closes. No, doesn't look like it's going to set up. All right. course, the other question is maybe it could be a failed breakout. But we did have 2 legs up, so with like a 3rd leg up part of it. So maybe we're going to go 2 legs down now. We've continuously not been able to get back up to the top of the range. So this might be interesting for me, setting up a second entry long, failed breakout potentially, but it's going into the midline of the big range. Doesn't look like it's setting up with a strong signal bar anyway. So I can't go long here. That's for sure. Digital says going to use your promo for some eval. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. Yeah, the 90% off is still going on through, I'm not sure if it's the end of the trading session tomorrow or if it's midnight tomorrow. I'd have to double check, but yeah, 90%. So yeah, if you use my code, I really appreciate that. Thank you. As you know, Digital says literally just blew one after being on a hot streak. Oh man, I'm sorry to hear that. But if you're going to blow an eval, I guess now's the time while the 90% is going on. But yeah, I appreciate you using it. As you know, I'm not profitable. I've got no payouts yet on Apex. So anyone that uses my code, it definitely helps me to keep going, even if it's just one at a time. Any little bit helps me keep going here because just trying to figure out how to get to first payout, man. So thank you. Digital says, but that's 1 out of 4 accounts. Need more before deal is done, just in case. Yeah, I mean, that's basically what I did too. I mean, you know, yesterday I blew up my last PA and I blew up my last evaluation that was, well, other than this one, I had one more evaluation that was, I think within 1,000 of passing when I started the day yesterday. I blew that one up. I blew up my last PA. And so I only had this one left. So yeah, I went online last night. I got a 250 and then I got these 450s. And then I figured I'd see how today goes and then decide if I want to buy more tomorrow, just to have in my back pocket. That way I could just trade freely and just try to pass or fail all of them inside of the first month. And just be, my plan is to be more aggressive than I have been when it comes to passing these things. Because in the past, I didn't care if it took me 3 months to pass. I just wanted to trade my strategy and test out the strategy and see that, the idea was if I can trade my strategy and pass, then I can trade my strategy on PAs and qualify for payouts. But for whatever reason, I'm able to pass, but I haven't been able to get to the payouts yet. So I figure stop wasting time on the evaluations, try to make it happen quicker. So as you can see, I've only spent 5 trading days on this one. I'm 300 away. So hopefully I can pass that one. And that would be an example of what I'd like to do, is be able to trade it in like the 7 days or less kind of idea, 7 trading days or less. And hopefully not have to keep evaluations longer than the first month is my hope. So yeah, I'm with you. I'm definitely going to be most likely buying more. Although the way the market's been, it's like I've only gotten 1 trade today. I know you got a lot of trades, but I've only had 1 trade today, decent size. And so if this is how it's going to be, I'm not even going to get through all of these accounts. If this is how the market's going to go. All right, so this wasn't really a range. Just had 2 legs up and then selling off, can't get back to the top of the range again. I mean, it just very much feels like head and shoulders looking. So I don't know, maybe there's some sort of sell-off coming, but support has been strong all day. Where are we at? All right, so kind of turning into a doji at the moment on the daily. Wow, look at that. All right. I'm just going to put this back here for now. So if that goes, look at that. Here it comes. And the news isn't until 11, the minutes. Ooh, what a sell-off. This is where you just jump on board and try to pass the 250, right? I jump on board and this goes all the way back up. All right, so looks like we're headed back down to test the low of the session, but man. I mean, I don't even see a setup to get into that of any kind. All right. So, I mean, a whole lot. Wow. There's been like little signs of this. Like there's been a big sell-off there. There was this one here. Yeah. It's like the sell-offs have been stronger all day when they've happened. And then it's like grind it up and then boom, you know, grind it up and then boom. So it's interesting. Wow. What is happening? All right, well, it is 10:40, and we do have the FOMC meeting minutes coming up in 20 minutes. So I think I'm going to call it here. I was hoping to get more trades today, but at least I'm really close to passing this evaluation, and I tend to not do as well after this time of day. So considering the market's getting a little bit wild here, and it's been kind of a tough day to find anything good. I think I'll just call it here and be happy with a good start on the 250K. And obviously I'll need to go much bigger on a daily profit level to try to pass this before the promo's over. But one more trade maybe gets me there on account 41. So yeah, I'll just chill out here and come back tomorrow and get my review video together here. So appreciate everyone that's watched, and the likes, the subscribes. Definitely digital. Really appreciate you using the code. It's like, I'm not in it for the code, so I'm not trying to hawk the code, but it does help. Like every little bit. when I'm in for over 2K and I have no payouts, I'm like, I'll take whatever I can get, right? So thank you for using that. I appreciate it. Anyone else that wants to use it, I know it sucks that the code, it's not like you can just remember it and type it in, so you have to like actually write it down or whatever. But I do appreciate you using it. The 90% discount ends tomorrow, so I'm not sure. It's either the end of the trading session tomorrow or midnight tomorrow. I don't remember. But go ahead. My link is below as well in the description if you want to go to the website and get more details about Apex or about the promo or anything else. The 250K promo continues to the end of the month, so you can continue to buy it. I believe you can continue to buy it for 90%, but maybe that's wrong. Maybe the 90% is just over for everything tomorrow, because I don't know how that works. Because it's not 90% off the 250K. It's the 50K price at 90% off. So I don't know if it's so convoluted how they did this promo. But I know that once you have the 250K at the current price, you have till the end of the month to pass it and get the promo deal for the unlimited or the lifetime fee. So $85 lifetime fee on the 250. So that's I bought one, and that's just what I'm trying to do is see if I have any shot at passing it before the month is over and get the lifetime fee for $85 on it, because that's a really good deal if you could pull that off. But you gotta make 15,000. So only making 600 in a single day, that's not gonna get me there by the end of the month. So we'll see what happens there. But yeah, you can use this code or any other code you have. Just make sure you use the code, get the 90% off. The 90%, in my estimation, they only did it because they released these hardline rules or whatever you want to refer to it as. And I think it was an appeasement to help, since they knew they were going to piss off a lot of people. I think they did it as a distraction and also to just give another carrot, so that we don't hate them too much. So who knows when the next 90% off would be. It's been probably 3 months since the last one. So at this rate, maybe Labor Day potentially, or maybe not till the end of the year. So who knows? So probably the best time to, especially if you're just starting out, it's definitely the best time to get an evaluation in any case. $16 for a 50K account is a pretty good offer, and $16 for a 250K account is also a really great offer. Just really hard to pass those accounts. So I wasn't even going to do a 250K, but I just decided, well, I'll get one. I'll use it as my leader account and just see what happens, right? That way, if I pass 41 copy trading off the 250, then I'll continue to trade the 250 and I'll copy trade to the next 50, and then I'll just keep doing that. I'll keep copying the next 50K, and I'll trade the 250 every time and see where it ends up. All right. Yeah, I think that's going to do it. I am streaming live starting at about 6:25 now in the morning. I figured there's no reason not to record or not to stream when I start the session. And I'm still basically trading the orb. So, I traded it this morning, and I'm going to continue to trade it. And I'm just practicing on the evaluation, trading it according to the current rules, which means no OCO, not paying orders on both sides. So I'm picking a direction, and I'm trying to scalp. So it's not a windfall. It's not a windfall trade. I'm using a stop. So 3-1, 4-1 shouldn't be an issue. And I'm just going to continue to take the trade on the evaluations. And then if and when I get a PA, I'll likely take the trade on that as well. And I just won't risk the whole account on the trade. So I'll be trading according to the rules. No reason to not show it at this point. That's how I look at it. So, all right. So we got a new low, new session low. Maybe that's all it needs to do is retest the low, and maybe maybe the range will end up being, oops. Maybe the range will just end up being that, the whole thing, right? Midline still makes sense for that too. So if you're continuing to trade, maybe keep that in mind. This just could be a really much larger range that we finally got the retest of the low after getting through all those levels of support. Yeah, there's that level of support. There's what's now the midline, which was a level of support. There was a level of support up here at the opening price. So yeah, there's just been a lot of levels today, but basically a big range it looks like. All right, it's 10:45. I'm out of here. Thanks for watching. Appreciate it. I've said it all, and I'll say some more in my my review. I put up a review every day. I don't know how many people really watch both, but I do it for myself, kind of to like collect my thoughts and just go over what the day felt like. And so you could check that out if you're interested. And otherwise, yeah, be back tomorrow, 6:25 Pacific Standard Time, which is 9:25 Eastern. Be streaming again. All right. Thanks, everyone. Have a good one. Good luck for the rest of the day.